and the turf course will be listed as good for this afternoon.
Certainly good conditions there. And again, they work the track between all of the races that we have here today. So you may see that change. The other day when we had a little bit of wet weather, it dried out pretty quick. So we'll see how that goes. And certainly Jimmy will keep you updated throughout the day. But Jim, want to jump into race number 1 here at Ellis Park. Kick things off. It'll, of course, be the start of the 50-cent Pick 5, the early Pick 5. We'll also have another one coming up later for you. But we start the day with a maiden claiming race for $30,000, 5.5 furlongs on that main track. For me, I went to the 4, a first-time starter for Rudolph Broussais, and the 2, Magic Beauty, getting a bit of a class drop here. But 4, 2, and the 5, maybe the 5, would be my top 3 picks if you had to select those 3. Jim, who'd you like?
Those are my top 3 as well, the 2, 4, and 5. I don't think you have to go any further. Jimmy Chapman has the Magic Beauty in here, 7 to 5 on the morning line. He does have another one in here, but to me, looking at the race, I figured he threw this one in to make it go for the other one. The other one absolutely figures, definitely getting some class relief. It should be forwardly placed, has an inside post position, and sometimes when this track is wet like it is right now, like you said, this is one track that's really unique to most in the country. This one dries out rapidly quick, and there's a little breeze in the area, so I expect later on through the card, just in a couple of races, I think we'll go to good and should be fast by the end of the day probably. But Magic Beauty should break forwardly, and if it jumps well, I think she'll be tough to run down. And Flag to Flag comes from a good barn, good connections for Rudy there. Gerardo Corrales is off to a fast start at the meeting, and then John Ennis has been doing good with his 2-year-olds the last couple of years, and that one figures on the class drop as well. But I think it's about the 2 and a 4 for me there as well.
I agree. Certainly a good way. If you are playing that Pick 5, you always try to get the least amount of horses on your ticket so you can still win, but it doesn't cost you as much. So I'm going to start off my ticket with just those 2 if you are following along with those. Moving along to race number 2, it's an allowance event for $61,000. Non-winners of one other than. And we do move to the turf course here. 5.5 furlongs, a turf sprint on tap, and the start at the 50-cent early Pick 4 as well. For me, I went to the 3, 6, and the 5. The 3, B.D. Valesky. This was a horse that was scratched out of a turf stake last week as we were off the grass and was likely to be the favorite in that race. So I certainly am excited to see this horse show up here. The 6 stayed in for half, who I believe was entered last week as well. And then Respect the Code, who actually got loose last week and was scratched out of a race there. So you see a few horses come back this weekend that I was excited to see last weekend. And you never know what you're going to get, but certainly with B.D. Valesky, with where they placed this horse before, I think he's got to be a contender, Jimmy.
I agree with you. And I actually think this is a better spot than he was in last week, even though this race he is facing older horses. He was in a 3-year-old race the other day, but this is 3 and ups, but gets a little bit of break and weight here. And, I think he lands in a spot here that he absolutely figures. This is a race, though, that wouldn't surprise me if a few horses won, Megan. There, I'm using the 3, 2, and 4, and after a couple of those you mentioned, I'll probably add a couple on my Pick 5 ticket here. I'm going to want some coverage here, just the first couple of races until I can kind of see how the track's playing.
Yeah, certainly something to keep in mind. Sometimes with track conditions, you can see horses maybe that have a little bit of an advantage being towards the inside, the outside, on front, and it's a little bit more wet. So we'll check and see if there's any sort of those trends happening throughout the day. But race number 3, we move along to a maiden claiming race for $16,000, 7 furlongs on that main track there. And I went with the top 3 of the 1, 7, and the 2. And I thought this was a pretty tough one. The 1 title shot for trainer Johnny Ortiz, who's off to a really hot start here for the meet, winning at 75%. Sent out 4 horses and had 3 winners. But this is a horse that's coming off a really extended layoff, and we haven't seen this one run for the barn of John Ortiz. 8 to 5 on the morning line, but certainly a horse that you kind of have some question marks about, especially with those really slow works coming into this spot. The 7 horse I put on my ticket as well. That one is Officer Nick. Went around the 1 turn last time at Churchill Downs for the mile, and again, a lot of times that lends itself well to kind of sprinter types. So the fact that we're going 7 furlongs here, I think is a really perfect spot. And then you have the 2 horse Words of Wisdom for Robertino Diodoro, who gets back to the dirt. We haven't really seen this one, been racing consistently this year. And the pedigree for this one, I mean, Wedding Toast is the dam. She won $1.4 million and was a 2-time winner of Grade 1 races in New York. So you've got some nice pedigree there with Words of Wisdom, Jimmy.
Agree. That's what drew me to her as my top pick in here for all those reasons that you said. And I don't think, or he rather, I don't think he's faced anything like he's going to see today. I do like the horse coming from the barn of Johnny, just the connections. And the horse has a decent form, has been idle for over a year, though, comes back in a 16 spot, has drawn the fence, which is a tough place to win going 7 furlongs. So you'll want a little coverage in here. And number 3, Mountain Ghost, is one I like as well for Lon Wiggins. This one's second off the claim here. Cut back a little bit of distance. We'll get some pace to chase.
Yeah, pace certainly makes the race, and especially when you're talking about route races and sometimes in these 7 furlong races too, because it is an extended sprint. So something that you'll want to project and analyze if you can as you're handicapping throughout the day. I know certainly Jimmy and I both do. Race number 4, maiden special weight race, sponsored by our friends there at Run Happy for $60,000, 5.5 furlongs on the grass. I went with the 3-horse Sailor's Chance, the 8 and the 9 as well. I thought I had put in the 2-horse, but I don't have it here in my form, so I'll have to go back and check my top picks there, Jimmy. But who'd you like?
This is a race that, if you want to have any coverage, it's probably this race. But I end up landing on the 6 at a decent price in the morning line. Savaco for the barn of Brian Lynch, just because how the barn's been hitting the connections and does have some decent pedigree. Now, the race on debut was not all that to write home about, but it was on the dirt. The horse was a step slow, probably gained some experience after that. Looked like it was kind of a learning effort after that. And I think today Franco takes the reins and gets on the turf. Pedigree to me screams that. So I'm going to use that horse on top at a price. Another horse at a price from the barn, Keith Sormel, number 4, Lucky Secret, is one I'll use as well. And I did find the 2's pedigree intriguing a little bit. Comes from a really good barn, has a good steady series of workouts, and those are the 3 I'm going to use in here.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be a competitive race. Anytime you have 2-year-olds and so many first-time starters, you don't know what you're going to get. So you got to try to go to pedigree. You got to look at workouts as well. And even, I think sometimes the sale information is important too. How much they were purchased for, if it was a 2-year-old in training sale, how far they worked, which is the reason why I liked the 2 in part for Bloom Racing Stables and Mark Casse, because they actually tested this horse over a quarter of a mile at that OBS sale and worked in 21 and 2, and then paid $175,000 for the horse. So sometimes that precocity that they show when they're able to buy them at those sales can oftentimes lends itself well to the precocity here on the track in the first time start. So I'm certainly hoping that's the case with the 2.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a whole lot of factors to go in that can help us out. And of course, you being in the paddock down there and taking a good look at these horses and how they act and how their temperature's getting and also sometimes maybe watch the tote board as well early on and look at the will pays on these type of horses. Sometimes the money will show up in the will pays that won't show up on the horse's odds as well. So you can kind of get a good indication if there's some barn money, if you will, on the horse as well.
Lots to keep track of here and lots to enjoy as you're betting throughout the day. Moving along to race number 5 there, Jimmy, we've got the maiden special weights. Again, of course, sponsored by our friends there at Run Happy. This one, though, on the main track, 5.5 furlongs in the start of the 50-cent pick 5. I went to the 4, the 3, and then I guess if I had to put in a third, it would be the 5-horse. But I thought Bourbon Spirit for Brad Cox, he's just so good with young horses. I mean, his percentages are off the charts, 26% with 2-year-old horses. Seems like this one's had a steady work tab. Gets the services of Gerardo Corrales, who you mentioned before, is already off to a really hot start. And then maybe the 3-horse Bluff City, because he's had an out already. I like that experience versus first-time starters. And then I'll throw in the 5-horse Miranda Rights to round out that, win, place, and show that we give for the show. But coming off a bullet work, you got to like that. And Mark Casse, really good with 2-year-olds and first-time starters as well.
He's tremendous with babies and young horses. Tremendous trainer and all, but I do like what he does with the youngsters. And I agree with you on Brad Cox's charge, Bourbon Spirit, for State and Flurry, and also Title 10 Racing. Now, this one is by Liam Smith, who I love as a sire, and I like this horse's pedigree out of a Tappet mare. And Brad always does well, and 2.5 to 1 on the morning line. All the reasons you said. I'm going to use also Catman's horse as well. But another one I do like, the 6 Accident. Now, this one's coming back on very quick turnaround, as the horse ran here at the meeting already, coming back in 8 days. This horse basically, I thought, lost all chance at the start last time. The horse was last and threw his head about. And what I really like, the horse finished with interest. Once he figured it out down the lane, finished really good, but had a real big, strong gallop out and galloped out in front of everybody. And I think when this horse figures it out and ultimately gets some more ground, this is going to be one you want to watch. But if this horse breaks clean today, he's going to be overlooked on the tote board. I think he's worth throwing in for you exotics.
Yeah, sometimes light bulb with these young horses. They just kind of are figuring out what racing is all about, and it takes a little while for it to click. And especially if there's trouble like that, like you mentioned, allowance race for 61,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime mile. 10 are my top picks there. Jimmy, who'd you like?
In the sixth race, I like the 2 Mama Arena here for Kenny McPeak. 3-1 on the morning line. There's a scratch of the 11. That was a main track only. It won't affect the odds. But this horse, I'm going to throw that last race out, bobbled at the start, and just kind of just galloped around there after that. But, sometimes horses do something like that, especially a horse of this caliber. It might be too much over to come. So after that, sometimes you'll see jockeys just kind of, guided around there, make sure the horse gets around safe and gets a little bit out of it, and then comes back next race. Now, off the layoff, has a race under the belt, been training forwardly. I think with the class relief, this horse is going to be awful tough to handle. Does have a win here over the surface, has broke the maiden last year here over the turf, and I'm really excited about watching this horse come back today on the return to the races here at Ellis Park. And after that, Fancy Martini from the barn of Joe Sharp. I'll use that one. That one should be forwardly placed. And then also number 3, Paulo Lobo, another one who's off to a hot start at the meeting.
Yeah, it looks like a competitive field of horses there for that allowance race. And remember, for the all-turf pick 3, it is the final 3 races on the card. So it'll be races 6, and then I believe races 8 and 9 as well. So it's a new wager we're debuting here at Ellis Park. Had it yesterday, and certainly looks to be an exciting one because I love turf races. I love baby races, turf races. I think they're really competitive. So hopefully it'll be some lucrative payouts there for those that want to get involved. So 2, 7, 10 for me. You heard Jimmy's selections as we move along to the 7th race there. Maiden special weight event, 1 mile on the dirt course. 2, 3, and 6 is where I went. The 2.5 to Art Collector, in fact, a multiple graded stakes winner who won the Kentucky Derby prep race in the bluegrass and also won the 2020 Run Happy Ellis Park Derby way back when. So the 3-horse What's Up Doc to it. Those who is a talented horse, fully barn, and then as you like.
I'm like you. I like the 2, 3, and 1. The 3, What's Up, Doc? I love this horse. I think this horse overcame a little bit of a trouble last start when it was slow to begin and kind of raced in between horses. And for a horse with a first-time starter, it got a pretty good lesson and got with that mile trip that day, got schooled, if you will, is what the word I was looking for, but took action on debut. I like the horse, and I'm going to use that one. Obviously, Legionnaire, you spoke about being a half to Art Collector, who won the Ellis Park Derby here a couple of years ago. Brian Hernandez up top, and this one is coming out of a really good race where Elite Power was much the best that day and came back and won in the subsequent start. And then I go to the inside, the number 1 horse from the barn of Steve Margolis. Horse has a race under the belt there at Churchill, and I think this horse will benefit from a stretch out in distance, and you're going to get a good price.
Yeah, certainly so. Race number 8, we move along to there, 1 mile and an 1/8 on the turf course, and this one a pretty competitive race as well. But you have a horse that I thought if he returns to some prior form in the 8, that this is a possible single for you with Bama Breeze when the class drop here today. A horse that's been in against much tougher in some graded stakes races, but it's been a while since we've really seen consecutive solid form from this horse as far as getting to the winner's circle. I like the fact that he's got some experience here at Ellis Park. He's got a 3rd place finish over this turf course and also has a 2nd place over this particular distance, but he's returning back from those marathon type turf races at 1.5 miles back to this distance of 1 mile and a mile and an 1/8 rather. So he's going to have to be a little bit sharper here, but class can pull through a lot of the time. So I've got the 8 on top, followed by the 5 and the 6, Jim.
I'm absolutely with you. This, for me, is the horse. If I'm going to try to find the most logical winner on the card, or the biggest cinch, if you will, it's the 8 Bama Breeze, 9 to 5, and taking nothing away from the horses in here. The horse, frankly, hasn't faced competition of this level really in a long time, since maybe back into early on his career in those early turf way allowance races. But I think Bama Breeze is a swish here for me.
Yeah, certainly so. And you always hope if you're playing along with some of those wagers, the Turf Pick 3 that has that $3 base minimum, or of course the Pick 5, a Pick 4, you got to try to find a single somewhere, or at least that's the hope, so you don't break the bank and you've got plenty of money to spend throughout the day. So I'm right there with you. I'll be singling in my tickets for sure.
Yeah, that Turf Pick 3 you mentioned yesterday, we really didn't have a great deal of, price horses, if you will, and I think the ticket came back $1,100 for a $3 wager.
Yeah, it's one to get involved with for sure. And again, today seems like a perfect day for it with some fabulous turf racing here at Ellis. As we move along to race number 9, it'll be our final race of the day, and that'll be a maiden special weight, again, sponsored by our friends there at Run Happy. 5.5 furlongs on the grass, and I went to the 6, 10, and the 7. The 6 horse for Vicky Oliver, I think might be able to return here a little bit better. I like the experience that she's had. You know, when she started at Indiana last time in June, I just thought that she had quite a bit of improvement. So it seems like they found the right surface for her. Vicky Oliver really good with horses second off the bench, so in a bit of a layoff. So I'm going to go there, but 6, 10, 7 for me. Jimmy, who'd you like?
The 10 is my top pick in here, and I'm glad you mentioned the horse. I'm happy to see you liked it as well. 6-1 on the morning line with Chris Landeros. I like this horse a lot, and I'm going to use that horse on top. Another horse I used in here was the 3, Rather Be Lucky, from the barn of Al Stall, and then the 5, 2020 Hoax, who now is a 15-time maiden, but the horse is a check getter, and if I'm going to use her and use some horses in my exotics underneath, I'm going to use a horse like this, who always tries, may not get the job done, but the horse tries hard every time, and that's all I can ask out of a horse. So I'm going to throw her in there for the bottom of my exotics, but I really like the outside horse here at a price for Ian.
Yeah, some nice bloodlines for that one as well, I believe. Half to a grade 3 winner on turf there at the Honey Fox down at Gulfstream Park. So you like to see that turf pedigree, especially in a race like would be back today. Hopefully you get there and me, but most importantly, the crowd that was here today.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Ellis Park for a wonderful Saturday afternoon of racing here from Hendo's favorite racetrack. 9 races on the program today. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I ask that you please rise. Kindly remove your caps as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Thank you. Once again, race fans, I'd like to welcome you into the track today here at Ellis Park, sponsored by Run Happy, for a wonderful 9-race program. The track edition currently of the main track listed as muddy. The turf course is listed as good. And again, the turf rail is outward for this week of racing to 24 feet. Wonderful weather here in the area finally today as the skies opened up a little bit earlier today, but the rain has stopped at the time being, and currently right now here in Henderson, it is 77 degrees. Cloudy skies, but the wind is blowing, and right now, again, the track is muddy and good. We expect it to, as long as we don't get any more rain today, the track to tighten up and dry out as well. Now, at this time, folks, if you take out your racing programs, I'll give you today's late program changes. Race number 1 will start a pick 5 wager. Again, with the 9-race card, we do offer 2 pick 5s, one in the first and one in the fifth. So an early pick 5 will start off in race number 1, field of 6. There are no program changes. In the second race, out on the turf course, again, the turf course listed as good. Temp rail you see set there to 24 feet. Race 2 is clear. In the third race, we have a late overweight just in the 2 Words of Wisdom, the jockey 1 pound overweight. In the fourth race, race number 4, back to the turf, sponsored by Run Happy. In that race, number 1, Coaches Meeting, has an ownership change. The ownership should be Legacy Racing LLC of owner Michael Levin. Again, Legacy Racing LLC is the ownership change for the one. Now, the owner you see listed there, he's the principal owner of Legacy Racing. Also in the fourth race, number 5, Go Little Rockstar has been scratched. Fourth race to 5, Go Little Rockstar will not play. Race number 5 is sponsored by Run Happy, and we just want to remind you that is the 50-cent pick 5 late version starts there on the final 5 races on the program. Race 5 is clear and free of any changes. Sixth race has a couple of wagers I want to remind you about. The sixth race, of course, does start the 50-cent late pick 4 as it is the starting leg of the final 4 races on the program, but also the $3 all turf pick 3 wager. Now, it's a $3 all turf pick 3. Make sure if you're wagering that, you do call it the all turf pick 3 because we do have a pick 3 that starts there as well. But the all turf pick 3 for races 6, 8, 9 starts in race number 6 is a wonderful bet with huge payouts. It's a $3 base bet. It starts here in the 6th race. The only change in there is number 11, Lavender Lane. The main track only has been scratched as we are still on the turf. The 11 is out. 7th race sponsored by Run Happy. One change, number 9. Excuse me, 2 changes now. Number 9, Kingmaker has been scratched. Number 9, Kingmaker is scratched. And now the overweight now for number 6, Uncle Burley, is just 2 pounds over. Number 6, Uncle Burley, the rider, is 2 pounds over. Now the 8th race starts a late daily double. And note in race 8, number 1, Celerity has a jockey change. Make the jockey apprentice Erica Hareforth. Erica Hareforth, the jockey at number 1, Celerity, in the 8th race. 9th and final, sponsored by Run Happy. Back to the turf, closing leg of that all turf pick 3. Field of 10 to go to the post there. No program changes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those are the changes at this time. Any additional changes coming in throughout the balance of this 9-race program, I'll get those to you as they do so. Again, the main track currently listed as muddy. The turf course condition is good. The turf rail out to 24 feet. Race number 1 is at 12:50 Central. That's just in 13 minutes, and we'll send it down to the paddock. The next voice you hear will be Miss Megan Devine taking you through the program here as we kick off race number 1. Don't forget that pick 5, the early pick 5, starts here in the first. Best of luck here at Ellis Park.
Race number one coming up here at Ellis Park as we start off this fabulous 9 race card here at in Henderson, Kentucky for the Saturday. We start things off with 5.5 furlongs on that main track. Now, do note we did get a little bit of rain here this morning, so the track still has some moisture on it at the moment. We will keep you updated on those track conditions as they continue to work on the track throughout the day. But I did want to give you my top selections as we start the day off. You heard some of them in the preview show with my partner Jimmy McNerney, the track announcer here, whose voice you'll hear in just a little bit. But my top picks for this race to start things off: the 4, 2, and I thought about the 5 as well, but I will say that I was impressed by the 6 here, who I'll get to in a moment. But the 4 horse, as we start off this 50-cent pick 5, going to try to just pick a few in here because you want to, of course, try to save so you can spend in some of those other races if possible. So that's how I'm going to structure my tickets. But I did think that Flag to Flag made a really nice appearance here in the paddock. She's a really big-shouldered type of a filly. She's got a nice big body to her. It really seems like the connections. Trainer Rudolph Brousset has given her a lot of foundation in the morning. She's had great 2 races back. In fact, she broke from the gate at Keeneland. And I like that, especially for first-time starters, because they haven't had that experience breaking from the gate in a race. They're still kind of figuring out what's going on, and sometimes a nice recorded time from the gate can certainly be helpful to help them learn as they become a racehorse. But really thought that she was a nice-looking daughter of Accelerate, a first-crop sire here. This one ridden by Gerardo Corrales here today. And trainer Rudolph Brousset, 14% with first-time starters, so you have to like that number. The 2 is Magic Beauty, who I believe was the favorite there, at least on the morning line, is currently at 2-1. And this is a filly that's had some experience before. You have a lot of first-time starters in here, but she is one that has had 3 outs already. In fact, she faced the boys at Belmont on debut. Really tough thing to ask of a young filly, but she finished 3rd that day, beaten by 15 lengths. Then they moved her over to Parks against the fillies. She finished 3rd that day, going 4.5. And then they tried her in a stakes race at Belmont as well in the Astoria. She finished 4th, beaten by 22 lengths. I will say I haven't seen this filly before in person, but she was really acting up, giving them a lot of trouble saddling. So keep an eye on her as she warms up, especially if she's going to stay as one of your favorites here. Did want to mention the 6, Lady Envoy, who I thought had a really big step, especially for her size. She's a really well-built type of a 2-year-old filly, but I liked the way she walked. She walked with a lot of propulsion off that hind end, and I think that's going to be helpful over this distance of 5.5 furlongs. Jockey's getting the leg up. Horse is headed out for race number 1. Good luck.
The horse is up on the track for the first race from Ellis Park, race number 1 here. 1 of 9 here today. Field of 6 to go, 5.5 on the main. These are mated filly 2-year-old 30 claimers. No program changes. Win, play, show, exact, try, super, daily double, pick 3, and it starts the early pick 5. Good luck. And the Philly 2-year-old claimers have reached the starting gate. It's post time from the P patch. Kicking off the pick 5 here, flag to flag coming up for Rudy and Gerardo. Daughter of Accelerate out of a Giants Causeway mare on debut going in. 2 left, Happy Clouds. John Ennis with a winner on the program yesterday. Sends this one out at 3-1, moving into the line. And Lady Envoy for the Hall of Famer to the outside. They're at the post. And they are racing. Happy Clouds caught a flyer. She was rapid into stride. Magic Beauty is forwardly placed on the drop-in class from second. Down on the inside, advancing Blessed Angel as they continue to run up the backside. Flag to flag. The firster came away racing in fourth. 6 off the pace. Still 5 back to Lady Envoy. And Macy's Gemstone on debut is last into the far turn. 8 lengths top to bottom. And Happy Clouds clears off by 2.5 lengths. Happy Clouds through a quarter 22 and 4. Shows the way 2.5 lengths. Blessed Angel is second. Now Magic Beauty is being urged to go after the pace setter, and Magic Beauty's raced up into joint second, placing 2.5 lengths off the leader with a quarter mile to go. Happy Clouds, the jockey, looking back for competition. All he has to do is look to his right, because here's Magic Beauty, who's come to tackle to the outside, just outside the furlong grounds, though. But it is Happy Clouds who's still there and driving with a furlong to go. She's quickened by about 4 lengths now. Magic Beauty made that run, but she made that run to be no better than second, because Happy Clouds, she ran them off their feet. Happy Clouds, coast to coast, not a speck of mud on, as she rambles under the wire. 6.5 lengths winner. Magic Beauty was next, flag to flag third. Macy's Gemstone was fourth, running time 105 and 1. Judges posting top 4 finishers. Number 5, Happy Cloud. She's the race winner. Second, the 2, Magic Beauty. Third, number 4, Flag to Flag. Fourth, number 3, Macy's Gemstone from last. Got up to be fourth. 5, 2, 4, 3. 5, 2, 4, 3. Into the winner's circle, number 5, Happy Clouds, a 2-year-old bay daughter by Painter. Out of the Yes by Jiminy Mare, 2-1. The winner's owned by Mark Arnold in partnership with John Ennis. John Ennis, the winning trainer, and Carlos Villasana was up top along for the winning ride. Number 5, Happy Cloud. She does it coast to coast here on the slight drop-in class to Breaker Maiden, covering the 5.5 furlongs in front running fashion in 105 and change. And the first is official. Prices up. The winner $7.06, $3.34 and $2.52 to show. Exacta $9.91. The try $12.25. The dime super $11.97. Race number 2 is up next. Starts a pick 4 in 22 minutes. A field of 7 with 6 betting interest. Race number 2 from Ellis Park. Again, starts at early pick 4. Post time in 22 minutes. We'll head out to the turf. Again, the turf roll out to 24 feet, and the turf course listed as good.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. a sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat Day, retired Hall of Fame jockey and winner of 9 Triple Crown races throughout my career. Of the thousands of horses that I rode, 1989 Belmont winner Easy Goer will always stand out as my all-time favorite. So when I traded in my saddle for a golf cart, the choice was simple. A brand new Easy Go from my friends here at ACO Golf Carts. The folks at ACO will set you up with the exact cart you need, whether it be new or used, gas or electric. So when you're looking for a fantastic deal on a cart that runs like a finely tuned thoroughbred, make sure to stop by ACO Golf Carts on Morgan Avenue in Evansville, Indiana.
Brewed with Valencia orange and coriander, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery. But then, you wouldn't be able to grab it. Sure, something so well crafted might belong in a frame, but then you wouldn't be able to drink it. So, we framed it with our signature glass instead. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
Race number 2 here at Ellis Park, just about 9 minutes to post time. We are going to move to the grass here today. It is listed as good with the rain that we've had, at least at the moment. But sunny skies right now and a good wind today as well. So you should see that dry out quite a bit between the main track and hopefully the turf course as well. But good field assembled here for this allowance event for $61,000. Non-winners of one other than, and a few really good looking horses in the paddock as well. We'll mention the 3 horse in here, and that one is BD Valesky. This horse actually scratched out of a stakes race last weekend. It was supposed to be held on the turf, but as the races were taken off the grass because of the wet weather that we had, going to be entered here instead, and it seems like a really good spot for him. Obviously a little bit easier company maybe than the stakes race, so he fits really well here for the Greg Foley barn. Jimmy Graham going to be aboard here for the 4th time. He's ridden this horse. He has finished in the top 3, so we'll see how they continue that here today. No races at Ellis Park for this gelding, but he's one that certainly has established himself as a turf sprinting kind of specialist. That's what he's done. He's finished 2nd in this stakes race at Churchill Downs when sprinting over 5.5 furlongs, so he fits this 5.5 furlong distance perfectly. We'll mention the 6th horse that stayed in for half for Steve Asmussen. I thought this one was a really beautiful, balanced type of a horse, just kind of a scopy horse. He looks like one that certainly appreciates the sprinting distance. He's not necessarily a tall horse by any means, but he's balanced and seems compact, and I like to see that over the 5.5 furlongs. I'm not surprised to see them try him over the dirt course because he has a little bit of a heavier body type, but they are going to try him over the grass here for the first time. Steve Asmussen with turf sprints wins at 18%, and with turfers, though, only first turfers, I should say, only 9%. So a little bit of a unusually low number for that barn, who right now is winning at 43% here at the meet. The 5 is Respect the Code. This is a horse who got loose and scratched last week out of a race. Different body type for this horse. I thought he was kind of a light, racy type. He is also going to be trying the grass for the first time here today as they give the riders a leg up, but his best performance was at Del Mar, over 5.5 furlongs on the main track out there. A few others to mention here in the paddock, just getting their final preparations. I thought Circle Back Jack, the 4 horse for Sarah Hamilton, looked beautiful out here. Easier start here today than the stakes races that he's been in. Best of luck, race 2.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. They're at the post, and they are racing at the P-patch to a level beginning. From between horses, circle back Jack as expected, flashing speed, but there goes Stayed In for Half, and Stayed In for Half has the lead, a length and a half. Twirling Roses away in second. Down on the inside, Comiskey Park is next. Up on the extreme outside, circle back Jack now next. B.D. Valesky from between horses, still link back to Kennesaw, and Respect Dakota is last but underway in this compact field. 5 lengths top to bottom the quarter. They drilled it 21-3, and Stayed In for Half shows the way, fleet-footed on the front end. Twirling Roses to the outside in second. Parked way out wide is Circle Back Jack. B.D. Valesky from between horses. Up the inside, Comiskey Park, top of the home stretch. And up top, it's the speedy Stayed In for Half. Still there, but company's coming to the outside. Here's Twirling Roses, upset-minded up the inside. Comiskey Park, half mile, 45 seconds flat. Stayed In for Half is reaching up to the outside. Respect the Code is lunging. Stayed In for Half, trying to hold it. Stayed In for Half, standing tall. Goes wire to wire at 6-1 to start the pick 4 in 102-3. Judges posting number 6, Stayed In for Half as the race winner. They've called for a photo for the minors, 6 and a photo finish. Result of the photograph showed the 1A Twirling Roses second, third number 2 Comiskey Park, and fourth number 5 Respect the Code, 6 1A 25, 6 1 Apple 2 and 5. Into the winner's circle, number 6 Stayed In for Half. Stayed In for Half, a 3-year-old big colt by McLean's Music out of the Yes It's True mare named Yes Liz. The winner's owned a partnership by Kirk Robinson, Judy Robinson, and the Stone Street stables of Barbara Banke, Steve Asmussen, the winning trainer, and Brian Hernandez Jr., the winning jockey. Stayed In for Half. He goes coast to coast here to pick up the second lifetime victory, 102-3 the running time. Price is up for the second race. The winner $15.52, $574.340 to show. Exact $47.09. Trifecta, $81. The Daily Double, $23.45. Dime Super, $80.76. Up next, the third race from Ellis Park. Race number 3, overweight for the 2, the jockey +1. Race 2 in 25. Good luck.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Master horse racing with the power of daily racing form. DRF has helped players win at the races for 125 years. Now the information you trust is better than ever. Get exclusive late-breaking news from our reporters at tracks across the country. Position yourself to win by adding buyer speed figures and the new DRF formulator to your handicapping arsenal. Go to drf.com today. Use coupon code DRF2022 to get a free formulator card and start winning.
Race number 3 here at Ellis Park, just about 13 minutes away as we prepare for this field of horses. 7 furlongs the distance over the main track, which I believe is still listed as muddy there. Still a little bit of moisture on the track, but bright sunny skies today. So again, hopefully that dries out a bit here. Top selections for me in this race, I went with the 1, 7, and the 2. The 1 horse in here, really impressive title shot for John Ortiz. This is a horse that hasn't raced since June of 2021 at Churchill Downs. Was previously trained by Wayne Catalano, but this is certainly a horse that makes a nice appearance here for the maiden, claiming for 16,000. You know, a strong, thick chest on this horse. Certainly looks like the 7 furlong distance will suit very well. I also like the fact that he looks like he's had quite a bit of foundation to come off of that layoff. A lot of times when horses have that time off, you want to make sure that they come into the paddock looking fit and ready to go. And I mean, you can see he's certainly on the muscle here today as he tosses his head just a little bit. You may notice that he is wearing those blinkers. He's worn blinkers for all 3 of his career starts, but he does have an extension blinker on that right side there just to try to keep horses from lugging out just a little bit or fading out as they come across the turn. He draws the rail, and so he seems to be a speedy horse in some of his best efforts. I expect to see him probably break sharply and try to do that again here today, but really like what I saw, and you know, any hesitation that I may have had just because of the layoff line with how much time this horse spent away from the racetrack certainly doesn't seem to be a problem now, just getting a look at him in the flesh. Also wanted to mention the 7 horse in here, and that one is Officer Nick for Dale Romans. Joe Talima will be aboard for the ride here today. He's actually ridden this horse 2 other times, maiden special weight at Churchill Downs back in September of 2021, and then also at Churchill in May of this year. But it doesn't seem like this horse had too much luck stringing together consecutive races early on in his career. I will say that he's raced consecutively 3 times here recently in May, June, and then again in the end of June. So it's good to see that it seems like they've got him, you know, figured out a little bit more. Seems to be on a healthy path. He's a horse that also has a good little bit of speed in some of his better races. He comes out of that 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs. So note, this is technically a sprint race with the 7 furlongs, but the 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs oftentimes lends itself well to sprinter types of horses because they don't go around those 2 turns. So not too concerned at all for the distance change for him from the 1 mile to the 7 furlongs here at Ellis Park. In fact, I think it's really going to suit him nicely. He stayed at this kind of same level in the previous races that he's been in at Churchill Downs, so he certainly fits within this group here, and he's been a total professional. Son of Frosted, he's walked around here, not really given anybody too much trouble at all. And he's kind of a lighter body frame as well, so he looks like he might just kind of be able to skirt over this track a little bit, especially with a bit of give in the ground. Plus, those that are superstitious might always say, always play a gray horse in the mud. The 2 is Words of Wisdom for Robertino Diodoro. David Cohen aboard for the ride here today. Another speedy horse. Really like the breeding on this gelding. He's a son of Tappet out of Wedding Toast, who won $1.4 million, was a 2-time Grade 1 winner at Belmont and the Ogden Phipps and the Beldame, and in fact a 5-time Graded 6 winner throughout her career. She's also been a pretty productive broodmare. This horse is a half-sibling to one that won a listed race in Dubai on the turf course. So got a little bit of breeding there for the turf with the siblings that have been produced. But the mother of this horse certainly has that nice dirt breeding that you like to see. Now, this is a horse who comes off a layoff from May of this year, last race at Louisiana Downs on the turf course. Going to make that switch over to the dirt, but it certainly seems like they're going to try to stick to this sprinting distance instead. They have tried this horse long on both the dirt and also the turf, but it certainly seems like this is a horse that's been training nicely locally here at Ellis Park, so you'd like to see that, gotten a handle for this track already. And in fact, last work on July 10th here at Ellis Park went 4 furlongs in 48-2. And that was over a muddy track surface, just like we have here today. So it seems like this is a horse that's been able to handle that well, been able to train in conditions that are a lot like what we'll see here today. And I think that certainly makes for good conditions for him in this particular spot. He also gets that class relief technically from maiden special weight to maiden claimers here. But again, this is a good group of little maiden claimers that we have for race number 3 at Ellis Park. Win, Play, Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double, and Pick 3 wagering, all available for you here for this good horses. Edge is one that reared up a little bit when they were saddling. That's the 4 Secret Edge, who comes off a layoff from September of 2021, gets Lasix for the very first time today, and it certainly seems like he's a horse that's really got to keep his mind on the task at hand. And sometimes with a lot of action here, you've got horses circling around. Those can maybe just settle down when they get out to the track, get out with the pony. So we'll keep our eye on the 4 horse there, but I did want to mention that he reared up a little bit when they were trying to get that saddle on. The 5 horse is Rikio. This is a horse with a really big shoulder, lightly raced compared to some of the others in here. He's only had 2 starts so far. A son of Gormley, who started off at Keeneland over the 6 furlongs at the maiden special weight level and finished 10th as a long shot that day. They then, I think, give this horse a little bit of time to grow up. Again, it seems like he's kind of got a bigger frame as far as his front end is concerned to grow into, so I'm not surprised to see that. They then brought him back at Churchill Downs over the 1 mile distance. Again, that 1-turn mile at Churchill. It against maiden claimers at a higher level, and he finished 11th that day. So this seems like a better spot for him, maybe a softer group for him to land in against, and you get the services of Mitchell Murrell, who already has a couple of wins on the card here, or on the race meet rather, at Ellis Park for our first 2 weeks of racing. The 8 horse is Private Connie, another horse trained by Jack Hancock in here. Francisco Arieta aboard a compact type. Not surprised to see this one in a furlong distance. Lots of dapples on that coat, so certainly a nice healthy horse in here as the riders get the leg up. This one coming off a 2nd place effort, so you've got some good recency at Churchill Downs last time on June 19th. Best of luck, race number 3.
A friend of all of ours, Brett Burkhead, playing them on out to the track here for the 3rd race. 3rd race, there is a scratch in here of number 4, Secret Edge, a late scratch being announced for the first time. Number 4, Secret Edge is a late scratch, scratched by the Board of Stewards on recommendation of the state veterinarian as he was injured in the paddock. Again, number 4, Secret Edge, a late scratch, scratched by the Board of Stewards on recommendation of the state vet. If you had a Secret Edge and all straight wagers, those will be refunded. If you had that horse in your pick 4s and pick 5s, you'll receive the final race favorite. Your pick 3 middle leg here and your ending leg here of the ongoing pick 3s, you will get a consolation, as with the consolation on the double as well. Straight wagers refunded. The 4 Secret Edge is out. 7 left to go, 7 furlongs. Maiden 16 claimers to go, 7 furlongs on the main. The 2 Words of Wisdom's jockeys 1 over. Win, play, show, exact to try. Super Daily Double starts at pick 3. Post time in just about 4 minutes. Good luck. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Breaking from that chute down the backside, the 7 furlong chute, starting gate all the way at the end of the track there. Made in 16 claimers to go 7 furlongs on the main. Officer Nick 2-1. Title shot from the red hot Johnny Ortiz born 2.5-1. Race 3 starts. Another double and another rolling pick 3. Just again, you're reminded of the scratch of the 4 Secret Edge. All straight wagers refunded on that one. Just about set here at the post. As Private Connie walks in, all set. They are racing. Awkward beginning for Title Shot. Quick one, though, for Private Connie. From between horses, there goes Riccio. As they leave the chute and they straighten up on the main course. 3 across the track here. Riccio, Indian Springs, and Private Connie. These 3 lead the charge up the backside. Words of Wisdom away in the 4th position. Mountain goes to his 5th, but only 2.5, 3 lengths off the pace. Still 2 back to the gray. Officer Nick. And after the slow beginning, Title Shot and the Bug Boy last, but compact field now as they approach the 4.5 furlong stage. 8 lengths top to bottom. The quarter was 22 and 2. They passed the half-mile pole into the far turn run. And Riccio and Mitchell Merle show the way. Up to the outside, now moving a closer second. It is Indian Springs. As they're midpoint through the far turn run. Up the inside, Words of Wisdom's full of run. Just needs a racetrack to open up there in front of him as they continue to race around the turn. Chasing Riccio, who shows the way a length. From between horses, it's Indian Springs. Words of Wisdom is up the inside from the backfield running on now. Here comes Title Shot, who's splitting horses, top of the home stretch, and Riccio is under siege. Up on the outside, there comes Title Shot, who launches up in the West Silks. Words of Wisdom splitting horses and got through 1 furlong to go, and Title Shot up and after the lead with a 16th to go. Words of Wisdom fighting on to the inside. It's Words of Wisdom, Title Shot to the outside, down to the wire. Title Shot, another winner for the red hot Johnny Ortiz barn. He's now 4 wins from 5 starts, and Title Shot off the layoff, well prepared to get the victory despite a poor start. Came home in 1:23 and 2. Unofficially, winner number 1, Title Shot. Second, number 2, Words of Wisdom. Finishing third, number 5, Riccio. And fourth, number 8, Private Connie. 1, 2, 5, 8. Once again, unofficially 1, 2, 5, 8 in the third. Ladies and gentlemen, paging for Ellis Park patrons Bobby Dean and Brian Asman. Please report outside the Turf Club to meet your party. Once again, Bobby Dean and Brian Asman. Please meet your party outside the Turf Club. Unofficially winner number 1, Title Shot. Second, the 2 Words of Wisdom. Third, number 5, Riccio. And the fourth, the 8, Private Connie. 1, 2, 5, 8. Into the winner's circle, the familiar silks of Gary and Mary West. Here's Title Shot. Title Shot, a 4-year-old dark bay brown colt by Union Rags out of the Harlan's Holiday mare named Ayers. Again, the winner owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by the red-hot Johnny Ortiz and the buck boy Rene Diaz. Up top, Title Shot. Off the layoff, drops in class, breaks made here in start number 4. Home winner 123 and 2. The running time for the 7/8. Title Shot returned $7.58, $3.70 in the middle, and $3.10 to show. The exacta 1 and 2, $13.48. Don't forget the scratch of the 4. That forced a consolation pick 3 of $11.99. Winning pick 3, $49.88. 10-cent super, $25.79. The exacta 28.40, excuse me, the exacta 13.48. The trifecta was $28.41. Consolation double the scratch of that 4 there, $5.03. The winning double $24.98. As we welcome in the girls here in the Tri-State for the softball tournament here at the track today. As race number 4 is up next, it's sponsored by Run Happy. Post time in 21 minutes. In this race, you're reminded number 5, Go Little Rockstar, is a late scratch. Fourth race number 5 is out. Back to the turf rail out to 24 feet. The turf course listed as good. Field of 9 up next.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race number 4 here at Ellis Park. Coming up next, as we've got a maiden special weight race sponsored by our friends at Run Happy for the 2-year-olds here. Going to go 5.5 furlongs on the grass, which is listed as good right now. Do note track conditions muddy and good as of right now. But we've got some nice looking horses in here. In fact, my top selection is the 2, 8, and the 9. A lot of horses in here making their very first start of their career here. Like I mentioned, these are 2-year-olds. We love our 2-year-olds program here at Ellis Park. But I will say I was really impressed by the 2 Spanish Doubloon for Mark Casse. This one with Adam Beskiza aboard seems to be a really well-muscled son of Malibu Moon. He's been training here locally at Ellis. In fact, last time went 4 furlongs over the muddy track for 47-4. Obviously he's going to be trying the turf for the very first time, but Mark Casse, a trainer that wins at 15% with horses making their very first turf start, and in fact making their first start as well. I like the fact that this one was tested. Actually, they Bloom Racing purchased this horse for $175,000 at the OBS sale back in April of this year, and the horse worked a 1/4 mile in 21-2, and that's a pretty good time and a lot to ask of a young horse. So it seems like he's very much the precocious type, and I'd say physically he does reflect that as well. The 8 horse, just a true professional here, nice and quiet. So that's St. Neots for Vicky Oliver and Rafael Bejarano. This one with a bullet workout as well at Keeneland most recently from the starting gate, which you like to see. Hoping they're going to be nice and sharp for this event here. The 9 I want to mention is Lord Grantham for Tommy Drury and Brian Hernandez Jr. This one, the dam was a stakes winner at Louisiana Downs, and in fact, this horse is a half to Lady Edith, who was a stakes winner on turf at Churchill Downs. So you do have some nice grass pedigree with the 9 horse over there, and Tommy Drury really good placing his horses, winning at 19% on the year. You get Brian Hernandez aboard, who's already off to a really hot start here at the Ellis Park meet. So really like those 2 horses towards the outside. Do want to mention a few of the horses that we had some trouble saddling in here, and that's the 10 Fade the Noise from First Crop of Mendelssohn. This one trained by Mike Maker. A little bit of lather between the legs. This is a colt that's had a start already, so he has experienced the racing in the afternoon, unlike a lot of these horses in this spot. But he's going to be switching over to the turf today. It looks like they had kind of settled him down, just making some final adjustments, but he is certainly on the muscle today. The 1 horse as well that his coach is meeting for Brett Calhoun. Gabe Saez aboard, and this is a horse I spoke to the trainer or to the connections that are here today, and he said he schooled perfectly, of course, and now today in the afternoon, when you've got the crowd kind of looking into the paddock, some noise going on, he was rearing up a little bit and giving his handler a bit of trouble, but it does seem like he's calmed down since then. Hopefully this is a horse from the rail. He's going to have to break sharply, and he's one that has done that, it looks like, in some decent times from the gate at Keeneland back in June. But maybe he's going to be one that might be a little step slow in the past, so we're hoping he's able to break a little better today as coach is meeting on the inside. The 3 horses Sailor's Chance for John Ennis, another horse that's had some experience against the first-time starters in here, debuted at Churchill over the 5 furlongs on the dirt. Going to switch over to the grass here today. Sharpened this one up with a 3 furlong work at the Thoroughbred Training Center in 35-3, and that was from the gate. So you like to see that sometimes with sprinters for horses that maybe you just need a little bit more speed, need to focus a little bit more. And this is a horse that on debut didn't do much running, so that might have sharpened him up just enough where he's able to really get himself involved today, which seemed to be a bit of a problem for him last time. The 7 is Looka Looka. This one from the First Crop of Good Samaritan. Mitchell Merle will have the call here. Lacey Pierce is the trainer, and I thought this horse had some workouts at High Point that, looked like some okay times, but for me it looked like a horse that might be one that I'd like to see make a start or 2 before I really backed one. But I will say that the dam is a multiple stakes winner in Louisiana, so it does come from some pretty good pedigree as far as the top and bottom is concerned, and that is the 7. Look at a bit of a long shot here. Mentioned the 6 horse, and that is Savaco for Brian Lynch. Also has had a start at Churchill Downs against Maiden Special Weight Company. Going to switch over to the grass here. A son of More Than Ready. And this one is a half to Lone Rock, who was a multiple graded stakes winner, $1.3 million, a marathon specialist, mostly though on the turf, or on the dirt course rather. This one obviously slated for the turf here, but you've got that top side of More Than Ready that should allow him to have that turf breeding as well, and hopefully he'll take to it a bit better than he did the dirt on debut. Riders getting the leg up, and horses are headed out to the track in just a few moments. Best of luck, race number 4.
The horses are on the racetrack here at Ellis Park for race number 4. It's sponsored by Run Happy. In this race, scratch number 5, Go Little Rockstar. Number 5, Go Little Rockstar is out. Field of 9 left to go in here. Win, play, show, exact to try, Super Daily Double, Pick 3 wagering. Maiden 2-year-old special weight per $60,000 up for grabs. They'll go 5.5 on a turf course listed as good. Post time in just a few minutes. They've reached the gate. It's post time. Loading in for the 4th, sponsored by Run Happy. Lucky Secret, the next one to load, as they're working with Looka Looka. Lucky Secret coming up, St. Neots. Lord Grantham. And Michael Hoy's Fade the Noise to the outside with Martin Garcia. 2-year-old maidens at the post. And they are racing. Quick start for Sailor's Choice. Fade the Noise jumped well. And down along the inside, Spanish Doubloon. as they head up the backside. Sailor's Choice with a narrow advantage, but there's Fade the Noise, ratcheting up the pressure to the outside. Spanish Doubloon, Kimberly racing in third. Up the inside, Coaches Meeting is fourth. Lucky Secret is fifth. Deep on the course as they go to the far turn at Savaco. Advancing underneath, debuting St. Neots is three in front of Lord Grantham, second last, and Looka is at the back of the pack. A dozen links top to bottom, 5/16 to go. The quarter, a rapid 21 and 4. The son of Mendelssohn, Fade the Noise in the Hoy Pink shows the way, well off the rail in front by about a length. Spanish Doubloon up the inside from second, top of the home stretch, and Fade the Noise is off the turn, opening up by 3 with a furlong to go, and Fade the Noise is drawing away here. Late on the scene down the center, Coaches Meeting from between horses. Sailor's Choice, it's all over up top. Fade the Noise. Fade the Noise in turf debut is going to get it done at 6-1. One gathered up by almost 7. Sailor's Choice was second, Spanish Doubloon third, and a photo for fourth between Coaches Meeting and St. Neots. Running time 103 and 1. Judges posting number 10, Fade the Noise, as the race winner. Second of the 3, Sailor's Choice. They're number 2, Spanish Doubloon. In fourth, the 1, Coaches Meeting, 10-3-2-1. Unofficially, now official, 10-3-2-1. 10-3-2-1 results for race 4, sponsored by Run Happy, now official. Six to 1 winner, coming back 14-20, 754 in the middle, and 434 for the Shodo. The dollar try was nice, $282.04. Into the winner's circle. Number 10, Fade the Noise. Fade the Noise in turf debut crushes him here. A 2-year-old chestnut colt by Mendelssohn. Out of the Stay Thirsty mare named Hey Page. The winner's owned by Michael Hoy, trained by Michael Maker, ridden to victory by Martine Garcia. Fade the Noise, virtually wire to wire here, gets it done. Again, 14-20 for the Win Mutual. Pick 3, $133.13. Dime Super, $135 and change. Exacta, $50.82. Trifecta, $141.02. The double, $30.50. Consolation pick 3 with the scratch of the 4 there, and that middle leg was $31.47. Again, the winning pick 3 was 6-110. That came back $133.10. That brings us to race number 5 here at the P-Patch. Race number 5 from Ellis Park. Post time in 20 minutes. Another sponsored by Run Happy per $60,000. 2-year-old maidens to go 5.5 on the main field of 7 with no program changes. Race number 5 does start the 50-cent late pick 5. Those of you following along Ellis Park on social media via our Twitter or our Instagram, you can follow us on those outlets on social media, and you can find our Pick 5 tickets put on by Ellis Park talent Megan Devine and yours truly. We've both have 2 tickets we put together for you guys to help you through this sequence as well. That's on our Twitter and our Instagram.
Turf's champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Turn your love of racing into savings with equine discounts through the NTRA. Purchase through equine discounts and receive great savings on well-known brands like John Deere, Sherwin-Williams, Big Ass Fans, Farmers Insurance, and Office Depot. Join thousands of other equine members and support companies that give back to the sport we all love. Call 866-678-4289 or visit equinediscounts.com to start saving today.
Race number 5 coming up here at Ellis Park, a maiden special weight event for $60,000, sponsored by our friends at Run Happy. 5.5 furlongs, the distance of this race, and it will be held on that main track surface, still listed as muddy. You've got some nice 2-year-old horses coming this way, and a few first crop sires as well. Top selections for me, the 4, 3, and the 5 were my top picks here. And don't forget that in this race, we do have the start of the 50-cent Pick 5 starts right here. You can get involved with that both on and off track. Looking at the 4 horse, that is Bourbon Spirit, trained by Brad Cox, the 2-year-old son of Liam's Map, who's quite a tall little horse in here. He's a $200,000 purchase from the Keeneland September yearling sale. He's certainly a horse that makes an appearance here. He's had some nice local work here at Ellis Park, 5 furlongs in 1 minute and 2, and before that, plenty of workouts, both from the gate and also from the pole over at Keeneland, where he's been well prepared. Brad Cox with first-time starter wins at 18%, so he's got some really nice numbers, wins at 26% with 2-year-old horses, and those are definitely some impressive numbers across the board. And it seems like with the services of Gerardo Corrales today, this horse is in a really good spot to do well here over the track surface, especially if he can handle the condition of the track at the moment. But really well turned out type of a horse. He's a shiny chestnut colt, and really didn't have anything much to say against him as he came into the paddock. The 3 horses, Bluff City, this one for Wayne Catalano. Ryan Hernandez Jr. will be aboard here today. The fact that this horse has already had a start may be helpful for him, because this is one that is facing a lot of first-time starters. He's a half to a grade 3 placed horse at Santa Anita, and I thought that he made a nice appearance as well. The 5-horse Miranda Wright's a really racy type of a colt. He certainly had that lighter frame to him, really athletic. He comes off a bullet gate work here at Ellis Park as well. Don't forget the 6-horse Accident coming off that 8-day layoff. Last time he threw his head at the start, but still finished up well and galloped out huge. So they're hoping to turn him back around after that off effort yesterday. It doesn't seem like he did too much running, at least in the start of the race for the last time. So interested to see how that one turns back on such a quick turnaround. Best of luck here, race number 5.
Up on the track for the 5th race from Henderson's Ellis Park. Race number 5, sponsored by Run Happy, per $60,000, made 2-year-olds to go 5.5 on the main track. Field of 7, no program changes. Win, play, show, exact, a try, super, daily double, pick 3 wagering. In addition, the pick 5, the late 50-cent pick 5, starts here in just 4 minutes. And the horses have reached starting gate. It's post time. Post time for the 5th from Ellis, sponsored by Run Happy. Field of 7 to go, 5.5 furlongs on the main, 3-2 on debuting Bourbon Spirit for Titletown Racing in the Flurry Racing. Accident coming up. Looking for a better start today. He did finish very well here opening weekend. Memphis Pharaoh on debut to the outside. Memphis Pharaoh, a son of American Pharaoh with Rafael Bejarano packed in to the outside, field of 7. They are at the post. They are off and running. Bluff City with a quick beginning. Also, Miranda Wrights is fleet-footed to the outside. Memphis Pharaoh from the outside stall away in the 3rd position. Debuting favorite Bourbon Spirit is up into 4th and going to angle down towards the inner rail as the front quartet start to cluster up. Dream Factor is 5th and now about 6 off the paces. Bourbon Spirit just had to check off that trio there, and Bourbon Spirit is now 6 lengths off the lead. Mystic Minister running on from the back is Accident. Midpoint through the turn, 2 distinct flights here, just about 10 lengths top to bottom. Quarter was 22 and 1, and Miranda Wright shows the way. Memphis Pharaoh on debut to the outside, coming at him and coming on. Now back into gear. Bourbon Spirits raced up into 3rd as they reach the top of the home stretch. Whip is out on Miranda Wright. From between horses, Bourbon Spirit is running a huge race outside the furlong grounds. Here comes Bourbon Spirit up to collar Miranda Wright, and Bourbon Spirits is gone by the 16th pole. Late on the scene, Accident's running another one. He's on the wrong lead, shifting ground, but no doubt about the winner. What a performance on debut. Bourbon Spirit, tons the best. He won by about 3.5 in the end. Tight photo for second. I think Accident got the better of the bobs between he and pace-setting Miranda Wright's 104 and 2. Bourbon Spirit for Flurry Racing and Titletown Racing, home a winner. Judge is posting the 3-2 favorite, number 4 Bourbon Spirit, as the race winner. They've called for a photo for the 2nd spot. For a photo. Result of the photograph for play showed that number 6, Accident, did get up to be 2nd. 3rd, number 5, Miranda Wrights, and 4th to 7, Memphis Pharaoh. 4, 6, 5, 7. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to inform you that next race number 6 will be on the turf, and it does start that Turf Pick 3. The turf course has been upgraded to firm. The turf course now listed as firm. In the winner's circle, impressive debut performance here for number 4, Bourbon Spirit. Bourbon Spirit, a 2-year-old chestnut colt by Liam's Map out of the Tappet mare named Gifted Glory. The winner is owned by State and Flurry's Flurry Racing Stable LLC in partnership with Titletown Racing Stables of Paul Farr, the winning trainer Brad Cox, the winning jockey Gerardo Corrales. Number 4, Bourbon Spirit. Covered the 5.5 on the main, 104 and 2. The winner, $5.14, $3.60, and $2.38 to show. Exacta $17.08, 50-cent try, $30.89. The dub, $25.81. Pick 3, $39.83. Pick 4, $248.45. The pick 5, $980.20. Constellation 4 of 5. Each of those get $14. Dime Super, $16.62. Race number 6 is up next. We go back to the turf, and please note the turf course now listed as firm. The turf course is now listed as firm. Race 6, a mile and 16th on the turf. Scratch 11, Lavender Lane. One play show exact try. Super Daily Double starts a normal pick 3 on races 6, 7, and 8. It starts a 50-cent late pick 4. And it starts the $3 all-turf pick 3 on races 6, 8, 9. $3 all-turf pick 3 on races 6, 8, 9. Up next in 22.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Master horse racing with the power of daily racing forms, Formulator, the sport's most advanced handicapping tool featuring exclusive speed and pace figures, customizable data views, trainer patterns, and more. Formulator is now free for DRF Bets members. Sign up to get the best bonus in racing with a $250 deposit match and a $10 free bet. Go to drf.com/bet and use promo code WINNING to start playing like a pro today.
Just 9 minutes to go until race number 6 here at Ellis Park for our next racing event. We're going to go a mile and a 16th. And do note that the turf course has been upgraded to firm there, so perfect conditions on the grass for racing here today. This is also the start of our 50-cent pick 4, as well as the new wager that we're offering here, which is the $3 all turf pick 3, with just a 15% takeout on that bet as well. So something exciting to play along with here. That'll be races 6, also race 8 and 9 included in that new all-turf pick 3. But as far as selections here for this allowance race, I went with the 2, 7, and I really like the 10 horse in here in the paddock as well. You can see across the board, both Jimmy McNerney, Gene McLean, and also myself have Mama Rena there as our top selection. She's a real slight kind of a filly. She's a daughter of Gormley, trains by Kenny McPeak. Brian Hernandez aboard here today. In fact, he's ridden her and won on this filly before. She's going to try turf for the very first time. She's for the first time in a while. She had 2 starts on the grass, including when she broke her maiden. And then they bumped her over to some stakes company and graded stakes company at Churchill and Keeneland. And she finished in the top 4, but doesn't seem to have quite the form that she had when she was on the grass there at Ellis Park last summer. So she likes the grass. She likes this grass here, and she gets those nice firm conditions as well. So as far as the form is concerned, she certainly looks like a horse that should be a big contender with her prior experience. Did want to note that the 3-horse, a little bit of trouble saddling this one, was very antsy as she walked into the paddock there. She did rear up, but seemed like she's settled down now. They seem to have gotten the saddle on her. Joe Telemo will be aboard for the ride for Paulo Lobo. But physically, she's a horse that has a lot of body to her. She's really dappled out, looks healthy here in the paddock as she continues to go around. I wanted to mention the 7, that is Fancy Martini for Joe Sharp and Adam Beskiza, coming off that layoff from May of 2022, so just a couple months ago. She raced at this level before, and that was on the grass at Churchill. She finished 7th that day, but that was a tough field as well. Walkathon is the horse that won that race, came back to win her next start, as well as a 3rd place finisher in that event as well. So, there was some pretty solid company. I think this is a good field for her to make her start against today. She's had some consistent workouts from June and into July here. Lasted July 9th on the Churchill Downs Training Center, 5 furlongs over the good surface there in 1 minute and 3. And so she's certainly a horse that seems like she's got a lot of good foundation to her. Those longer works that she's had in her preparation for this should give her the stamina that she needs. And obviously, it seemed for her form, the longer distance that they gave her, the better that she performed. Much better than her sprint races that they started out with at Fairgrounds on the grass, and then one race that was taken off the turf as well. Mentioned the 10, that's Lavish Habits, and this one really impressed me in the paddock here. She's definitely a petite type of a filly, daughter of Flincher, so she's very well bred for the grass. Jeff Heil is the conditioner, and she is a half to a horse named Rated R Superstar, who won $1.6 million, a multiple grade 3 winner as well. Really alert here in the paddock, but acting like a true professional, a true lady, as they've been saddling her. She's a horse that typically saves some ground, and I don't mind that on the grass, and certainly going around a ground as well. There are some speed signed on, I think, in this particular event, so it should set up nicely for a horse like that. I asked about the layoff, not too long of a layoff. She just took a little bit of a vacation from late April until now as she makes her return to the races, but trainer Jeff Howe said she just kind of ran flat last time, gave her a couple of weeks at the farm, freshened her up, and she should be good here to go. So she looks really nice in the paddock. Do think that she's a horse that looks fit, and looks like she should certainly have the ability. She is a more, like I said, a petite frame, a little bit of a smaller horse, but if you look at her form, they started off at a mile and a 16th, and they've continued to run her long on the grass, and she seems to relish that. So she's one that's got those quick feet to get over the turf course, and I don't think she minds this distance at all as she continues to kind of run in this type of a race. So we'll see how she does today. But from the outside, I think a pretty decent horse for you at 7-2, and one that Gene McLean also liked in there as well. Riders getting the leg up, and horses are headed out to the racetrack for race number 6. That'll be the start of that $3 all-turf pick 3, as well as your 50-cent pick 4. Good luck.
nothing this time.
On the track here for the sixth race, starting leg of the All-Turf Pick 3. All-Turf Pick 3. Up next at Ellis, race number 6 kicks it off. Scratch 11, the Lavender Lane, just a couple of minutes to make any wagers. The field turning, approaching the gate. Okay, Robin Dorada coming up. 8-1. Paulo Lobo off to a pretty good start here this meeting. Here's the gray Amani's Image moving forward for Fausto Gutierrez. Hard Like Holly, 75-1 into line. Lavish Habits to the outside for Hiles and Graham. And the Parker Silks, they're at the post. And they are racing in the all-turf pick 3 opening leg. And Robin Dorada broke sharply for the lead. Fancy Martini flashing speed. The gray Amani's Image away in the 3rd position. Lavish Habits to the outside in 4th. Wicked Wonder to the 5th from 5th. Lady Arsenault to the outside, settles along midpoint into the opening turn. Bally Dreamin' is next, about a length in front of Mamarina, who's dead on the inner rail, 3rd last. 2nd last, it is a Bally Dreamin' Caribbean Night at the back of the pack. 12 lengths top to bottom as they work around the opening turn with 6 furlongs to travel. Robin Dorada shows the way as they turn up the backside to quarter, not all that fast, 25 and 3/5 seconds. She leads 3 parts of a length to Fancy Martini and the Biscuit out in the clear from 2nd. Lavish Habits and James Graham from 3rd. And Amani's Image is the inside 4th. Lady Arsenault is 5th at about 6 off the pace up the inside. Wicked Wonders, they continue to run up the backside. Mamarina is next from between horses to the outside. Hard Like Holly as they pass the half-mile pole with 7 to make up, and Caribbean Night at the back of the pack. Half mile, 50-1. So leisurely tempo being set by the pace setter, and that is Robin Dorada and Joe Talabo. And Fancy Martini to the outside in 2nd. 3 wide comes Lavish Habits. Amani's Image is down on the inner rail from 4th. From the backfield, Lady Arsenault's underway, and Mamarina is given the cue from Brian. She's raced up into 6th with 7 lengths to race to the top of the home stretch. And Robin Dorada confronted by Fancy Martini, who's ratcheting up the pressure to the outside. Amani's Image is loose down the inside from last. Caribbean Night is rolling outside the 16th pole. Fancy Martini has gained the upper hand to the outside. Amani's Image off the fence, still fighting on Robin Dorada. Fancy Martini, here comes Amani's Image. Fancy Martini wins it 3 parts of the length. Robin Dorada and Amani's Image photoed for the Miners in the running time, 1:44 flat. Fancy Martini to kick off the turf pick 3 at 5-1 odds. Judges posting number 7, Fancy Martini. As the race winner, they called for a photograph for 2nd place, 7 and a photo finish. Result of that place photo showed that number 3, Robin Dorada, did box on to hold 2nd. 3rd, number 6, Amani's Image. 4th to 2, Mamarina, 7-3-6-2. In the winner's circle, number 7, Fancy Martini, straight up to the winner's circle. A 3-year-old bait daughter by Klimt out of the Distorted Humor mare, Miss Canada. The winner is owned by Carl R. Moore Management, LLC. The winning trainer, Joe Sharp, and Adam Beschizza, the winning jockey. Fancy Martini, now a 2-time winner. And at 5-1 odds, she is your unofficial winner once again at 7-3-6-2 here in race 6. And the 6th race is official. The winner, $13.62, $6.04 in the middle, and $3.80 for the show money. Dime Super was 7-3-6-2. That figure will be up in just a moment. Exacta, $40.45, 50-cent try, $122.62. Daily double, $9.64. Pick 3 was almost $73, just 3 cents shy. And the Superfecta was 7-3-6-2. 10-cent variety, $133.31. Race number 7 is up next. Your final chance to wager a pick 3 wager on this Saturday card from Hendo. In race number 7, scratch the 9 Kingmaker, scratch the 9 Kingmaker. Number 6, Uncle Burley, the rider 2 pounds overweight. Race 7, sponsored by Run Happy, a mile on the main out of the chute. Up next.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Next up here at Ellis Park, we've got race number 7 on tap, and we do go to the main track here, which is still listed as muddy. The distance, that interesting 1 mile that we have here at Ellis Park. But this is a Run Happy maiden special weight event. Nice field of 3-year-olds assembled here. Top picks for me, I went to the 2, 3, and also the number 6 for that top 3. The 2 just currently at 2-1 is Legionnaire, and this horse certainly looks good here in the paddock. Son of Into Mischief, trained by Tommy Drury. Going to get Lasix for the very first time here today. He's had 2 starts. Debuted at 6 furlongs at Fairgrounds and finished 9th that day. Didn't really do a whole lot of running as the favorite. And then they gave this horse, I think, a little bit of time to grow up. He came back and finished 2nd, beaten by 9 lengths to a horse named Elite Power, who would come back to win nicely next time out. So some tough company in that field, but certainly the breeding is good for this horse as well. He's a half-to art collector who won $1.6 million, a multiple graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 Woodward. He won races like the 2020 Run Happy Ellis Park Derby here as well. So some family lines that do well at this track, but I liked his presence here in the paddock. I thought he was extremely well turned out for a trainer that always brings horses ready to run over here. And so, with the workouts recently, it seems like they've tried to put maybe a little bit more speed into him. He went 4 furlongs and 47 and 3, a bullet workout on July 6th, and then followed that up on July 12th with 3 furlongs and 38 and 1. So a nice 3 furlong drill there for him as well. But a lot of action on this horse, both on the morning line and here with the public betting as well. The 3 What's Up Doc for Brad Cox, really well muscled son of California Chrome, actually gets the blinkers on here today for a trainer that does very well and is currently winning at 33% with just a few runners at the meet. Gerardo Corrales is aboard here, and this horse debuted at Churchill Downs going the distance of 1 mile. Again, that 1-turn mile here at Churchill, I think, lends itself nicely to the 1.5 mile mile that we have here at Ellis Park. So he's certainly a horse that with that start, he looks like he's gotten enough fitness out of that. I'm sure he was set and ready to go first time out as well with that 3rd place finish. A little bit of a slow start from him on that day on June 17th. And I don't see any gate works rather from him at Indiana in the morning, but they have worked this horse from the pole and he's had some okay times. To me, he seems like he's probably more of an afternoon horse than a morning glory, just with what he's run there in the morning. The 6th horse is Uncle Burley. This one trained by Steve Asmussen. He's an absolute beefcake there in the paddock. He's a big bodied horse, son of Uncle Mo. He's really well muscled and I think suits the 1 mile distance perfectly. He's got a big shoulder on him. He's got a lot of girth to him as well. Some nice strong hindquarters. And you get Renee Diaz in the irons, who's already off to such a hot start here at Ellis Park. This is a horse who finished 4th last time at Churchill Downs against Maiden Claiming Company, was claimed out of that race by the Steve Asmussen barn, who's very, very savvy with claiming horses, wins at 18% next time out, first off the claim. And this is a horse who I think is just really, really well suited for this race. He comes out of a bullet workout here at Ellis Park on July 6th, and that was 5 furlongs in 1 minute and 2. Last time out, he went 6 furlongs. But again, the races that he's had in his past performances where he's been able to go the distance of 1 mile, with the exception, of course, of his first race at Oaklawn where he stretched out for the first time. He didn't really show that much that day, but he was in against a horse called We the People, who would run in some very big graded stakes races. So I think that was pretty tough company. That being said, his other 2 races at the distance of 1 mile have resulted in a 2nd and 3rd place finish. So I much prefer the stretch out for him here today, especially against this field at Ellis Park. And right now with the 6 horse, you're seeing a nice 14-1 price, which you really don't see very much for trainer Steve Asmussen, who has been among the leading trainers here at Ellis Park for quite some time and always brings horses over that are ready to run. So nice value play, I think, on the 6 horse. We'll mention the 7 Port Royal, trained by Keith DeSormo. Jim Graham going to get aboard here today for the very first time. This is a horse who went 1 mile and 1/8 last time. Going to get some less distance to work with here today against these maiden claimers. Just doesn't seem like he's been able to show too much, except for the last time when he was able to have the lead for the majority of the race. Seems like maybe a need the lead type, but a really shiny copper penny coat to him and certainly an intelligent look as well. So a long shot horse who comes off of a nice fast workout at Churchill Downs on July 9th. Maybe less distance will help him out here today, but he's certainly going to have to be on his game. And then the 10 horse, Call Me Fast, very, very dappled here in the paddock, made a nice appearance, and the rider getting the leg up. That's Giovanni Franco, hoping to improve this horse's performance from a 7th place finish last time with a stretch out from 6.5 to 1 mile. Best of luck here at Ellis Park, race 7.
The horses on the track for race number 7 from the P-Patch, sponsored by Run Happy. Maiden 3-year-old special weight for $60,000. Number 9, Kingmaker, is a late scratch the 9. Win, play, show, exact to try, Super Daily Double starts at pick 3 in 4 minutes. And they've reached the gate. It's post time. Race 7, sponsored by Run Happy. Loading in here for race 7, sponsored by Run Happy. And also the Tim Hoggart race. There's What's Up Doc coming up. What's Up Doc? Port Royal Going in, Blowtorch. In the Willis Horton Racing Silks for the Varna Hall of Famer Dwayne Lucas. Bold Medication coming up. Still working with What's Up Docs for Brad Cox, 7-5. What's Up Doc in the red and black going in. Bold Medication locked up. One left. Call Me Fast to the outside stall. Call Me Fast moving in. They're at the post. And they are racing. Not a good start for What's Up, Doc, but it was a fast one for Uncle Burley, who's reaching on out for the lead. Also quick into stride up to the outside. There goes Uncle Burley. And now from between horses, York Tavern joins the front vanguard as well. Deep in the course, there goes Blowtorch, who's tugging hard against the jock as they work around the opening turn with 6 furlongs to travel. Opening quarter was 23-3. From the extreme outside, it's Call Me Fast shows the way. Uncle Burley from between horses down on the inside. Bold Medication is third. There's a margin of 6 lengths back to Blowtorch, who's next. About a length back to York Tavern, who has about 7 or 8 to make up the inside in Inexorable. Now there goes Legionnaire cut loose to the outside. And also, What's Up, Doc? Second last, but underway. And at the back of the pack, it's Point Royal. Half mile, 46 seconds flat. Into the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. And up top, it is Uncle Burley, and the Bug Boy still shows the way. Call Me Fast to the outside in second. Bold Medication way out wide from third. Center of the track. Gaining ground up to the outside. Here comes York Tavern with just outside 3/16 to go. They found out 4 across the course to the top of the home stretch. And way out wide, sweeping up, it's Legionnaire. And Brian Hernandez by the furlong grounds opens up by 2. And What's Up, Doc is up into second outside the 16th pole. Legionnaire's still there. What's Up, Doc is trying to get to him to the outside, but he's running out of ground as Legionnaire got first run. And Legionnaire's going to the winner's circle. What's Up, Doc was second. Then it was Bold Medication in third. Running time 1:35.4. Unofficially winner number 2, Legionnaire. Second, number 3, What's Up, Doc. Third and number 4, Bold Medication. Photo for 4. 2-3-4 photo. Results of the photo for 4th, number 1, Exorable. 2-3-4-1. 2-3-4-1. Into the winner's circle. Number 2, Legionnaire, stretching out to the mile, gets it done here. 3-year-old big colt by Into Mischief out of the Distorted Humor mare, Distorted Legacy. The winner is owned by Bruce Lunsford and Claiborne Farm of Seth Hancock. The winning trainer, Tommy Drury Jr. And the winning jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 2, Legionnaire, breaks the maiden start. Number 3, Home winner, 135 and 4. The winner, $4.42, $2.72, and $2.86. For some extra show juice there, the Dime Super 1919, Exacta 473, the Tri 2930, Daily Double 1331, Pick 3 2339. Up next, race number 8, 22 minutes. Jockey changing the one celerity to Erica Hereford. One play show, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, back to the turf, which is listed as firm.
Race to Twin Spires and register with code GET200 to start earning your new player bonus of up to $200. Watch and bet on some of the world's best racing and check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race to Twin Spires and register with code GET200 to start earning your new player bonus of up to $200. Watch and bet on some of the world's best racing and check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Race number 8 here at Ellis Park, just a few moments away here, 8 minutes away, in fact. 1.125 miles on the grass is the distance that we're going here. Do note that the turf course has been upgraded to firm from earlier. We had some wetter conditions, but looks picture perfect right now. This is the second race of that all-turf pick 3, if you play it along with that, and still some opportunities to get involved as we've got this race and then race number 9 coming up, so that daily double still available for you to play if you'd like to. Here in this event, I went to the 8 as my top pick. 8, 5, and 6 was how I saw it on paper. And getting a look at the horses here in the paddock, nice to see the 8 horse Calm, Cool, and Collected. That one is Bama Breeze, trained by Rusty Arnold. This horse gets a bit of a class drop here today. They've tested this horse in some pretty tough spots, including graded stakes races. Last time out, went 1.5 miles on the grass, so this is a bit shorter of a distance for this horse to go. A nice finish, though, that day. It was a blanket finish at Churchill Downs over that good turf course and finished 5th, but just beaten by about a length and 3/4 there. So not a bad effort at all, and certainly a horse that seems to be in good form. That field was loaded, as well as some of the other fields that this horse has been in. So this seems like a much needed class relief and a much easier spot for this horse here today. We'll say that he looks good, nice and healthy there, good weight to him as well. 5-year-old gelding, son of Honor Code, going to be ridden by Corey Lannery here today for Ashbrook Farm and BBN Racing LLC. So top pick for me has to be the 8 horse with all that back class. The 5 is next, and this horse, I think in his better races, has actually been one that has been on or near the lead. He's got a good speedy foot to him. Last time out with Brian Hernandez in the irons, he was able to return to the winner's circle at the same distance at Churchill Downs over a firm turf course. And I thought from the paddock, he was one that looked good here, really athletic, definitely race fit 4-year-old gelding. And he strung together a few consecutive races. They tried him on the synthetic at Turfway Park this winter before moving back over to Keeneland in a race that was on the dirt course. And obviously he prefers, I think, a little bit more turf, little synthetic, or better efforts for him. As soon as he got back to the grass, he was able to return to better form here, and I'd expect him to show a good performance today. He seems like a horse that's really sharp here. He comes off of a nice 5-furlong work in 59-3. That was on July 6th at Churchill Downs, but really impressed from what I saw here. Like I said, just a really racy, athletic type of a horse with the number 5. I also liked the 6 horse in here, and that one was Current. This one for Brittany Vandenberg. This horse ridden by Chris Amy here. Nice big shoulder on this gelding. He certainly looks like one that will relish a lot of distance, and certainly he has done so in his career. Some of his better races came at distances like 1.25 miles on the turf at Santa Anita Park against Starter Allowance Company, but he's also done okay over at Hawthorne too on the main track over there. So he's going to get some class relief as well. He was last seen in 2 stakes races at Churchill Downs and Hawthorne, both on the main track and also on a yielding track surface. With the firm grass here today, he does get a little bit, I think, better ground for some of his better races as well. But certainly the class drop for him should be helpful. He comes out of a productive barn, Brittany Vandenberg, with a winner already here at the Ellis Park meet and winning at 20% for 2022. Chris Amy as well with some good numbers there, and this jockey trainer percentage wins at 28% together. So a really nice combo there if you're somebody that's into statistics. The 7 horse had a lot of presence, and that's Attorney Tim, trained by the Greg Foley. This horse comes from off the pace, so certainly seems to need a bit of a setup in some of his better races. 6-year-old gelding has been pretty successful at this distance, has tried the mile at an A 3 times before. All 3 of those have resulted in a top 3 finish, and he certainly looks tucked up to me. He's coming second start off the layoff here, so he's one that had a little bit of a vacation in the springtime, and then he returned to Churchill Downs to finish 4th, just beaten by a little less than 3 lengths. So I think for that amount of time, running second start off the layoff here, he certainly looks to be an athletic type. Horses are headed out to the track for race number 8 at Ellis Park, 1.125 miles the distance over the turf course. Again, this will be our second to last race of the day, so still some to get involved. Best of luck here, race 8.
the track for the 8th race from Ellis Park, race number 8, optional claimant allowance to go a mile and 1/8. Mile and 1/8 on a firm turf. The turf rail out to 24 feet. Jockey change on the 1. Celerity to Hereford. And win, play, show wagering. Exact to try. Super. Daily double. Post time in 3. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for the 8th race here at Ellis. Intraday and Temper Tantrum moving in. Current. Killer Bee Barn. Now Artemis Eagle coming up. Next in the Foster Silks. For Dougie Cowens now. Attorney Tim locked up from the Foley Barn. Bama Breeze at 4-5 to the outside will complete the load. Here's the start from Scott Jordan at the post, and they are racing. And Scott caught him in a perfect line. And next wins the break, whose flashing speed is a race bias for the first time. Temper Tantrum will go with him. These two hook up. They're stride for stride under the wire for the first time. Current now backs off that hot tempo from third. Whiskey Double is fourth. Intraday rides the fence in next. Then Artemis Ingalls settles up to the outside of that one as they take on the first turn. Still 2.5 lengths back to Celerity, who is next. A link to Attorney Tim. And Bama Breeze at even money is last in 15 or 16 lengths off the lead after a quarter of 23 and 4. So lively tempo with outside 5.5 furlongs to go. Now they turn up the backside, and up top it is Temper Tantrum, who's still out there with next applying the heat to the outside. Current now moves a closer third, just about 2 lengths off those leaders. Telling the inside, Intraday starts to close in up to the outside. Current is next. Artemis Eagle is about 6 off the pace, till 4 back to stablemate Celerity, and a couple lengths back to Bama Breeze, who's up 1 spot. Attorney Tim is now last. Half mile, 48 and 4. Into the far turn, just about 3 furlongs from the money. And up top, now there goes next to retake the lead. Temper Tantrum still fighting long down the inside as they work around the turn from the backfield. Celerity starts to close in with about a quarter mile to go. They stack up 3 across the course. Temper Tantrum to the inside. Next is in the middle. Up to the extreme outside. Current is coming at him and way out wide. Whiskey Double with a 4 wide sweep. From the backfield of Bama Breeze is raced up into 5th with a furlong to go. He's got a lot of work to do. He's 6 lengths behind a quartet of horses, and it's not going to be today. Current is there. Temper Tantrum up the inside. Whiskey Double to the outside. Temper Tantrum in Current in a photo finish. I think the head bob went to Current in the middle, but Temper Tantrum was there, as was Whiskey Double in 1:48 and 4. Again, photo finish, a 3-way photo. Again, I think the edge went to Current, but Temper Tantrum was to the inside, and to the outside was Whiskey Double. It was either 6-3 or 3-6. The 4 was third. Photo finish. Stand by. Indeed, number 6, Current. Current got there. Number 3, Temper Tantrum battles back, but he was second. Third, number 4, Whiskey Double, and 4th to 5 next. 6-3-4-5. 6-3-4-5. Unofficially 6-3-4-5. Into the winner's circle, number 6, Current. A 6-year-old chestnut gelded son by Curlin out of the Stormcat mare named Crosswinds. The winner's owned by the Barsico Brothers Racing. The winning trainer, Britt Vandenberg, and the winning jockey, Chris Amy. Number 6, Current, now a 6-time winner, is 5th on the turf, pushing those earnings to well over $400,000 in number 6, Current, home a winner, 148 and 4. 6, 3, 4, 5. $15.58, $6.98, $4.64 for that winner. $1 exact to $59.33. The dime super $197.45. The trifecta winning combination was 634. The 634 trifecta, for a 50-cent investment, will get you back $239.42. The double 16 and 6 pennies. The pick 3, $48.53. Race number 9 is up next in 22 minutes to close out the show. It's sponsored by Run Happy. Race 9 is a maiden event to go 5.5 furlongs for the fillies and mares over a turf course listed as firm. 9th and final from Ellis in 22 minutes. Giving you those will pays for the turf pick 3 from the top down. The 1 here, $470 and change. The 2, $2,134.80. The 3, $324.84. The 4 comes back $2,490.60. The 5, just shy of $800. The 6 is $631 and change. The 7, $2,134.80. The 8, $7,471 and change. Should the 9 win, the all-turf pick 3 will pay on a 2 of 3 combination, $77.28 each. And should the 10 win, it's $382.14 for those will pays on that all-turf pick 3.
Ninth and final here at Ellis Park, just 10 minutes away as the horses get their final preparations here in the paddock on this fabulous Saturday afternoon. We go back to the turf for our last race. That turf course still listed as firm there. 5.5 furlongs the distance of this particular event, and we've got a maiden special weight race for $60,000, sponsored by our friends there at Run Happy. A competitive field of horses here. Top picks for me, I went a little bit against the favorite, or the morning line favorite at least it was, but I went to the 6, 10, 7. I thought about adding the 3 horse in there. You can see top selections from myself, Jimmy McNerney, and Gene McLean on your screen right now. But for me, I thought that the 6 horse would be an interesting one. That's Ball Gown for Vicky Oliver. And in fact, watching her in the paddock here, I thought she was really tucked up. A horse who was going to run second start off of a little bit of a layoff. She had 2 races back in 2021. Finished 14 lengths behind the leaders in both of those events at Churchill Downs on the sloppy racetrack and then also at Turfway Park on the synthetic. I think they gave her a little bit of time to just kind of regroup, grow up a little bit, and then she came back in June of 2022, finished 4th that day at Indiana on the grass while sprinting in a maiden special weight. So I think here, second off the layoff, she should be really competitive. And at 8-1 on the morning line, I certainly couldn't resist, but you're getting a 7-2 price right now on that 6 horse. Trainer Vicky Oliver wins that 45% when bringing horses back second off the layoff, so I thought a pretty good stat there. The 10 horse also in here is Get By. This one trained by Ian Wilkes with the blinkers coming off here today. I'm not surprised to see that they started her out at kind of longer distances, debuted at 7.5 furlongs on the turf and then stretched out to a mile, both at Churchill Downs and Indiana. She's got kind of a bigger, longer body in my opinion, but she certainly does look race fit here. They're going to try to sprint her, turn her back in distance, and see if she's a bit sharper. I think it's encouraging that at least she had a bit of speed in the beginning of that last race. She did show some early foot from the outside post position, which she does get again today, and then just faded at the end. But she was competitive in the beginning of that race. So I think that's part of the thinking, taking the blinkers off. Maybe she'll be able to see the competition around her and really get into the race a bit more. This is actually full sibling to a horse named Get Mother a Rose, who won the Grade 3 Honey Fox, which is the stakes race, obviously graded stakes race on the turf at Gulfstream Park. So you do have some good turf breeding there with the 10 horse as well. And right now the price at 7-2. The 7 horse in here is Alatory, also for Ian Wilkes. A little bit of a handful while saddling. She is going to get Lasix for her second career race today, first time Lasix. She's going to race for the first time in 2022 in this event. She debuted at Turfway Park in December of last year, where she finished 11th, beaten by 23 lengths. Have never really got into the race. Ian Wilkes, that barn, only wins at about 8% when bringing horses back off an extended layoff, but I thought she had some nice workouts to her, 5 furlongs in a minute and 1 change. Some nice 4 furlong workouts at Keeneland, breaking from the starting gate. You get the services of Brian Hernandez, who's riding very well at this meet, and I thought she might be worthy of an improve here. So going to include the 7 horse. And then the 3 who I'll mention, who I know is in the top picks for a few of us, Rather Be Lucky for Al Stahl. Gets Colby Hernandez aboard today. Only 8% with first turfers, but this horse certainly has a good bit of speed on the main track, which you can see in those 3 prior races. As long as she is able to make the switch over to the grass, she should be able to improve here today. Best of luck in the 9th and final at Ellis Park.
The horses are up on the track for the 9th and final. This race sponsored by Run Happy, a maiden special weight for the fillies and mares per $60,000 to go 5.5 on a firm turf. Win, play, show, exact, to try, and superfect wagering. Post time in just about 6 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for the ninth and final. Closing out the show here, the ninth race. Close out that pick 5, that all turf pick 3. Race sponsored by Run Happy. Made in fillies and mares to sprint 5.5 on a firm turf. 9 to 5, Rather Be Lucky. Here's Illatory coming up. Rather Be Lucky going in. Miss Knuckles, 2020 Hoax, and Get By. They're at the post. And they are racing. Quick start for Stella Teresa with the blinkers on, flashing speed. Also quick into stride is My Homebred as they head up the backside. Also up to the extreme outside as they head up the backside. It is Ball Gown who's raced up into 4th, past the half-mile pole. And it is Rather Be Lucky and Stella Teresa. These two square off into the far turn run. 2 lengths further back, My Homebred off the speed from 3rd. Miss Knuckles up into 4th. Ball Gown is next, still 2 or 3 back to 2020 Hoax is next. Wide on the course is Get By. Still a couple lengths further back to the back markers. Elatory calls Celebrate after the slow start. And Belle Perron is last of them all. Top of the home stretch, a quarter quick, 21 seconds, and Stella Teresa will whip him in. Stella Teresa off the turn with a furlong to find in front by 3. Whip is out on Rather Be Lucky. Down the stand side from the backfield comes Get By, 1/16 left. It is Stella Teresa still there. 2020 Hoax up into second, up the inside, Cause Celebrate. Stella Teresa is hanging on. Stella Teresa won by about a length and a half in the end. A 3-way photo for second in the 9th. Judges posting number 1, Stella Teresa as the race winner. Second, number 6, Ball Gown. There's a photo for third. 1-6 photo finish. Result of the photograph showed the 5 2020 Hoax to be third and fourth, number 4. Cause Celebrate. 1-6-5-4. 1-6-5-4. Once again, winner number 1, Stella Teresa. Second, the 6, Ball Gown. Third, number 5, 2020 Hoax. And fourth, number 4, Cause Celebrate. Into the winner's circle, number 1, Stella Teresa. Blinkers on today gets it done for this 3-year-old bay daughter of Palace Malice out of the Meadow Lake mare named Cinnamon Girl. The winner's owned by Gemma Freeman, trained by Justin Wojcinski and Victor Lebron, the winning jockey. Stella Teresa breaks maiden here in start number 6. Goes gate to wire virtually, covered the 5.5 in 103 and 2. $16.02 to win, $8.06 to place, $5.32 to show. Pick 4, $366.84. Pick 5, $920.14. Dime Super, $138.33. $1 try, $194.83. 50-cent variety, $97.42. The exacta, $51.43. The double, $65.13. The pick 3 came back $64 even. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up live racing for this Saturday from Ellis Park. You're invited to stick around. Head on over to the air-conditioned clubhouse for the action going on in there, including the HHR machines. Also, simulcast action continues from tracks throughout the country over there as well. Live racing will be back at you tomorrow here on Run Happy Dollar Days at the track tomorrow, 12:50 first post. We'll see you then.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Henderson captures what's inside you. Nature and history are its backdrop. Always familiar, but never the same. So, what's your nature?